Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Okay. So, any questions from yesterday's session? Okay, don't worry about not remembering the steps and all, because Microsoft has got very awesome documentation for all the Azure services. If you have understood the concept, you know what to look for and where to look for. The documentation, if you go through, you will get all the steps also over there. Okay, and even if you are looking to dig deep inside a specific topic or specific feature, the documentation is really awesome. It just provides you very basic demos also, and even the complex scenarios as well. So don't worry about if you miss some of the steps or if you don't understand exactly what step is doing what. You focus on the concept, what I am doing, why I am doing, and what this feature is used for, and that should be enough. With practice, you will automatically learn how exactly the implementation is done. Okay, and especially if I talk about the topics that we have kept for today, it will be more applicable there because these are more advanced and complex features and a lot of steps involved, so it's really difficult for us to remember all the steps. But as I said, steps are not important here, they are documented. Okay, just follow the official documentation from Microsoft. There are lots of third-party articles and the hands-on labs also available. But I would not say they are incorrect. But as I said before, the platform keeps on evolving pretty rapidly. And that's where the Microsoft documentation will be always in sync with exactly whatever the changes that they have brought in. The articles might be targeting some old implementation or some beta implementation, so your steps exactly may not be the same, what they are supposed to be. So you may get confused. Yeah, if you have got lots of experience working on the platform, the older article will still help you because you can then find out whatever the new things that have been brought in, and you can get some adjustment done, and you can still complete the feature or the demo that is being explained by the article or by the hands-on lab. Understood? As you are just beginning, I would recommend you to follow the Microsoft's documentation, the official one. Is it clear?
Yes.
Okay, so the features that we are going to talk about today include the logic apps to start with, what logic apps are, where they are used, how we can use them, what all scenarios will require logic apps. Then moving on to the message-based solutions. What are message-based solutions? What is the solution that Azure offers for the same? The product Azure Service Bus is the mainstream product that we will be discussing. There again, we have different options that are provided by the service bus, like queues, topics and subscriptions, relay service, etc. And then we have event-based solutions, which is an enhancement over the message-based solutions. So you will find some of the similarity here between message-based and event-based, but here When I say message-based solution, the focus is data. When I say event-based solution, it does contain data, but focus is more on the event which basically triggered the execution rather than having the central focus on the data itself. And there we have two solutions provided by Azure. One is Event Grid and one is Event Hub. And then to end of the day, we will be talking about the caching services provided within Azure under the product name called as Azure Cache for Redis. Redis is one of the very popular distributed caching platform, which is actually a third-party platform and can be used in on-premises also on any platform, whether it is Windows-based server or Linux-based server, whatever. And seeing this, Microsoft thought that instead of coming up with our own caching platform, why not go for the tried and tested one, which is already being used a lot? And that's where they decided to integrate Azure Cache for Redis. Basically, if we are just making use of the very popular platform, we don't need to do any kind of marketing for it separately. Right, so that's where most of the cloud providers actually are doing that only. Google Cloud or Amazon Web Services are also providing this Azure, this Redis caching module only. The names might be different on different platforms, but ultimately they are providing Redis only. And strategy is the same. Okay, so let's start with the first part, that is logic app. I hope everyone remembers something that we discussed about the Azure durable functions. There was a diagram we drew. There is a user which is sending the request. Maybe calling some functionality, which then calls another function. This function finds that, okay, something is wrong. Maybe some notification sent back to the user, or if all well, it goes to another function which can say that, okay, there is something wrong, so go back over here. Otherwise, go to the next function, which further goes to another function, and that could be the end of the processing, where optionally the data might be getting into the database. This database can be a database. This database can be some kind of action like email being triggered, SMS being triggered. This database can be some analytical data store also, or some event grid system also, wherein an event is created, whatever it is. Thing is, I have reached the destination. Right? This is something we implemented earlier with Azure durable functions. Remember, 2 days back we discussed this.
Yes, sir.
If this complexity keeps on increasing, do you think Azure durable functions will really be helpful for me in that case also?
No, it will be very complex. And you
As
have to.
as the iterations increase, as the dependency increase, probably the complexity will increase many folds. And creating, managing, maintaining that code, troubleshooting the issues in that code will become very, very complex. Still, Azure durable functions could be a good choice if you are looking to have complete control on what is going on. Am I right? Do we always need to have 100% control on the code? Sometimes there are defined paths. Okay, after this do this, after this do this, after this do this. Right? Maybe I don't need complete control in such cases. There could be cases where user says that, okay, this is a process, this is the sequence, but now our management has changed and who have made some decisions and they have changed the process. This function should be called here, this function should be called here, and this function goes here. Some reshuffling they have made. Right? Process can change anytime, yes or no? Which can change the sequence of the features also that are being executed. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Any live example which you have seen where some process was there in place and now it has changed? Maybe still you are doing the same things but in a different sequence. Just think and tell me. How many of you have traveled in a train with a reserve ticket?
I have.
Reserve ticket, right? Since how long you are using the train services? 2 years, 5 years, or maybe more?
Childhood.
Okay, so can I say at least 18 to 20 years?
Yes.
You know the reservation process, right? If you have booked the ticket for yourself.
Yes.
I'm not talking about the process which goes on behind the scenes. I'm more focused on the process that we as a user basically know. I'm not sure whether you have seen that or not, but a few years back, while booking the ticket, we used to provide the ID cards, the details of ID cards, which used to be printed within the ticket and the reservation charts. So if I have given the ID, which is my office ID or my PAN card or Aadhaar card or passport or whatever it is, during travel, I was supposed to carry the same. Otherwise, I used to be called as without ticket. And there used to be penalty. Anyone knows that?
Yes.
And what is the case today? During reservation, you don't need to provide any ID card. You can just reserve ticket on any name with whatever details you want. Am I right? And then when you actually travel, you need to have some valid ID card with you, which is checked by the railway officials against the details which you have put into your reservation. Right? Name should match, age should match, gender should match, and that's it. Am I right? The photo on the ID and the person carrying that ID should match. That's the last thing. Correct? So ID card is still required, but not at the time of booking. ID card is required only while traveling. So the process has changed or not? Sequence has changed over here. Requirement of ID card is not dropped, it is still there, but at a later stage. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So this is a quite usual thing, right? If different set of people come in who are responsible for making the processes, if they think that the old process is really old now, that needs to undergo some overhaul and needs to be changed a bit, and they make certain adjustments, they will not completely change the process, but they will just overhaul it. Whatever the old process is, they probably will reshuffle it, they will add in some new requirements, they will probably drop some of the old requirements. Yes or no? Yes or no? So in such cases, if we are having the code-based implementation for this flow, do you think it will be easy, it will be flexible to make the changes? Just tell me yes or no.
So could you please repeat the question?
What I'm saying here is, if these runtime changes are required, the process has changed, the new management has come in, new set of people have come in who are the decision makers, who want to change the process, who want to add something new, remove something old, or change the sequence of the old process. With the code based implementation of this flow, do you think it will be easily changeable, easily updatable, easily adjustable?
No, it will be a very lengthy process.
These are actually the functions which are being called somewhere, right? So they are tightly coupled to each other. They are not plug and play. Remove this function from here and put it here. Remove this function and put it here. It's not like that. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
What if I say each of this function becomes a tool, a package, and with that I give some drag and drop kind of features. You can pick one from here and put here. You can pick this from here and put here. You can pick this from here and let's say put here, and so on. Just drag and drop, just like if you're creating some UI. Do you think in that case it will be more interesting and more easier?
Yeah, easier.
That's case one, where we need to think beyond Azure durable functions. Case two is user demands that these things are going to keep on changing very frequently. Every 2 to 3 months, we are going to have some changes. If you say as a developer that whenever you need a change, you come to us, we will get it changed and we'll get back to you. Don't you think that will be too much for them? Because for every request that comes to you, there will be charges for the client, right? So cost effectiveness in this case will be at a challenge. One day the client will fed up and say that, okay, for so frequent changes, we cannot afford to pay every time. Give us a package, say 5-year, 10-year package, where for any update you don't charge us anything. That will not be something affordable to you as a service provider. So one party will be at a loss, right? Ideally, if you say that, okay, the first implementation we are giving you for any minor changes in the sequence and some additional features being added, some uh, old features being dropped, the sequence being shuffled, we are going to give you a designer in which you can do all this yourself. As this is a designer, it's not a coding based tool. You are not supposed to code. You can just do it at your own end. Do you think this will be much more beneficial for everyone? One more advantage that they will get with this is the moment they want the change to come into effect, they just do drag and drop and test it at their own end and it's done. Almost real time, they get the changes reflected. If they come to you, it will take few hours to few days to get the changes done. So there will be a lag. Yes or no?
Yes.
That is where Azure comes up with a solution with a product called as Azure Logic Apps. When I say user is going to make the changes on their own, they will not be the end users, they will be basically the power users. Power users are end users with some technical know-how and understanding of the business processes at the high level. Understood? Some of the decision makers can be involved in that. They can be trained a bit to become a power user. Understood?
Yes.
Now let's take one example over here. What I want is, let's say there is an email ID, Saket Karnik at hotmail.com. Assume this is just like the info email ID of your company. Let's say this is actually representing info at xyz.com. Who gets the access to this kind of email IDs in a company? I'm sure there must be some email IDs like this in Providence also, info at providence.com or org. I guess Providence uses org, right? So info at providence.org, admin at providence.org, HRD at providence.org, finance at providence.org. Generalized email IDs must be there, I'm sure. If not all, some of them, at least one of them must be there. Can you tell me? Yes or no? There is another example, support at providence.org, helpdesk at providence.org, IT support at providence.org. These are the generalized email ID types. So can you tell me if Providence has got such kind of email IDs? Even if one of them is there, it's okay. We can say yes, we have. You don't need to tell me which ID is there, but you can tell me whether such kind of IDs are there or not.
Yes, sir.
We do have, right? Do you think that this kind of email IDs are assigned to one single person?
No, mainly team.
This is a common mailbox, and then there are set of people working as a team behind it. And based on certain conditions, the certain mail is delivered to one person in their individual mailboxes, right? That will be much more better, because if the mail goes to all of the team members, don't you think it will create chaos? Suppose it's a support ID and all the people in the support team get the mail. No one knows who is working on that support request. It may happen that everyone starts working on that support request and it will be wastage of time and efforts. Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Don't you think the better option here would be to provide the filtered emails to the specific people? Any email which comes in is scanned based on certain criteria. It goes to agent 1, agent 2, agent 3, agent 4, or whatever. Don't you think that is a better strategy? Yes.
Yes, sir.
So that is my requirement. So suppose this email ID is like that. Based on the keywords, it should basically deliver it further to some other email IDs. So let's say if this contains the subject as let's say subject contains something like job ID. I want this mail to be forwarded to this ID. Let's say this is HRD email ID. If it contains something like order, it should go to this ID. If it contains support word into it, it should go to this ID. Right? Don't look at the domains and all. Right now, I'm purposefully not using the company IDs, but yes, they can very well be the company IDs also, right? Where I can say this is agent 1, this is agent 2, this is agent 3, based on the keywords coming in, based on the expertise of the agents, I will be assigning the task to them. Yes or no?
Yes.
So shall we see how exactly this is done with the help of logic apps?
Yes, sir.
For this example, you can choose any of your IDs. If you don't have 3 or 4 IDs, that's okay. Maybe you can cut down on 1 or 2 of the steps from here. Make sense?
Yes.
So let's go to the Azure portal. If you are not logged in, first log in. I'll wait for a minute.
Sir, just a doubt.
Yes.
Uh, in my new subscription, there's a network watcher already made. So should I delete it or leave it as it is?
Let it be there. It doesn't consume any resources as such. Basically, when you create a virtual network or a virtual machine, it automatically gets created as an extra service. Okay.
Okay.
So once we are done with all the demos, maybe at that time you can delete it.
Okay, it's a resource group.
Yeah, right. So if you go inside that, there will be one service also.
Okay. Okay, sir.
Sir, where
Yes.
does the vCode service located in the Azure portal?
Sorry, come again.
vCode service.
Uh,
Why? Because it is showing that it consumes $90, but yesterday it shows that it consumes 82. Now it is showing 90. But I have deleted all the resources in my resource group.
okay, can you share your screen? Let me see exactly what it is.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, is my screen is visible?
Just a moment, it's loading. Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, so the vCode shows that it spends $90 on it. Whereas
vCore is your SQL database actually. It is
but
the
in my
same thing which Samruddhi also had,
but
and
I,
I believe you
Yes.
didn't delete it on time.
no, sir. Yesterday evening, when I checked, it shows that $82 is spent on it.
See, the spend that is displayed over here is not exactly real time. Uh,
Okay.
the calculation is done on hourly basis. Understood? So at the time when you checked it, probably there was another set of usage which was going on, which got added 1 hour later or at the end of the, you know, cycle.
Okay.
So SQL database basically was configured in your case, I guess, with the default configuration, which took this usage,
Okay.
right? So if you delete that, it will just stop there itself.
Okay. So how do we delete that?
Can I see your resource groups?
Yeah,
It's
this is the
empty now, right? You deleted
yeah.
everything, so it's already deleted.
Okay then.
It won't increase beyond this.
Oh, okay then.
How
Thank
much
you.
is the balance remaining if you click
Hmm.
on balance on the left hand side?
$8 or 7, I think so. 8 or 7.
Enough for at least today's session.
8.
And few more things you can do actually. $8 is a huge amount actually.
Yeah. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right? There are only few services, few advanced services which requires lots of usage. I mean, in terms of credit. And again, as we are just learning the things, we are anyhow using the cheaper versions, right? We're not
Yeah.
going for the heavy resources, so we don't require this much of credit to be there. Understood?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you.
And then you have your uh, organizational subscription also. There are few things which you can try in that as well. That is little sandbox. So not everything will work, but yeah, all the basic stuff is basically enabled already there.
Okay, sir.
Right? If you log in with your official ID, you do see some subscription there. We have seen that on last Friday, correct?
Yes, sir.
So a few things you will be able to try.
Okay, sir.
So don't worry. Good
Okay.
that it is just $92.
Yes.
For Samriddhi, I guess it was $123 something, $121 something. So once
Hmm.
you cross $100, you're gone. Your subscription will be suspended.
Oh, okay, sir.
And luckily for her, I had one passcode pending with me, which I gave it to her. Right? We were 28 people, and I got 29 passes. So luckily, she got the chance. Right? But no more extra passes I have right now to be utilized. So just be careful.
Okay, sir. Sure.
This message is for everyone. Delete any unused resources immediately. Okay? So I believe everyone is logged in to the portal. Let's say create a resource. I'm looking to create a logic app, which is basically a type of integration service. So in the categories, you can look for integration. And the first feature which is available there is logic app itself. So click on logic app.
Excuse me, sir, just one question. Sorry to
Yes.
repeat, but Network Watcher for East US is activated in my resource group. So should I delete it or not?
It's okay. It doesn't consume the resources. So even if you do it at later point in time, that's okay.
Okay, sir, fine.
So everyone on the screen,
Sir, which one do we have to select?
when you say create resource in the categories, go to integration. And within that, the first option will be logic app. So once you select logic app, you should be on the screen. Yes, everyone on the screen.
Yes, sir.
Select your subscription. Select the resource group as Providence RG. Instance details, here again we have two options, consumption based or standard. Let's go with consumption. You know the difference, right? We discussed this with function apps. When the execution happens, your resource utilization is measured only then, right? If it's a very complex implementation which requires lots of resources, then probably we'll look to go for standard. Otherwise, consumption is good. Understood? Then logic app name. This name has to be globally unique. I'll name this as OIPROV hash handle email is the name. So instead of OIPROV, you can use your initials. Region, for me, it's going to be Southeast Asia. Here also, because there is some logical processing going on, the log analytics can be possible. It's available with standard type, not with consumption type. So if you are using standard, you can, if you want the log analytics to be captured, you can enable it by selecting yes. But now we don't have a choice. Just say next. And then provide the tags. Next.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
What if $100 has already been used, because I am seeing that my used balance is 102 USD.
Nothing can be done. That's what I just said.
Yeah, I just heard that. That's why I asked you.
Where to check from, sir?
Yeah, where to check?
If you go to that Azure Pass website, there is a balance option, check balance option.
So in my account, it's like I don't think one I was using it's now also available. Like I mean, in dashboard, it's showing that no resources are available, and when I'm clicking on the Logic app create button, it's showing to get a subscription.
That means in your case also it's already used up. $100 is finished. Okay, so let me find out a way for that. Just give me a minute. Let me cancel this all.
Sir, mine got deployed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if
Mine.
it is deployed, just wait.
Okay.
Those who are facing the issue with the subscription, please check into the chat box. There is a link I have shared. Kindly open that link. It should take you to something like this. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Everyone who is facing the issue with the subscription, with the credit balance and all, The link which I've shared in the chat box take you to this page. If everyone is on this page, we can proceed. Just click on sign in to activate sandbox and sign it with your Outlook ID which you are using for your subscription. There was some network lag because of which it got timed out. I just send another request and get it approved. So it seems to be working. I'm logged in and then it is doing some processing. I believe if your login is successful, you must be having the similar stuff, right? And once the process is completed, you must get this. There is a button review permissions. Yes? Yes? Kindly confirm. Guys, if I move ahead from this, I'll not be able to come back on the screen. So please confirm if you are getting the screen or not.
So it's asking select the roles you want to register for.
Okay, can you share your screen?
There's an option to skip it actually. I'm not sure yet if there's a link there at the bottom.
Yes, sir. Then,
You can actually select something from here, or you can also say I'm not sure. Beginner. Next. Yeah, now it is doing that process. So once the process is completed, you should get the same screen as I was getting
Yes, sir.
with review permissions, right?
sir, I'm getting as activate sandbox.
Click on activate sandbox and tell me what you get next. What do you get next?
It's telling to verify the account.
Can you share your screen? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Showing to do this to verify the account.
Yeah, that is a new kind of captcha actually. Yeah. So everyone on this page, right, where it is asking to review the permissions, click on review permissions. Click accept. Another process going on. And at the end you get this message, sandbox activated, which will remain active for another 4 hours, after which you can repeat the process and get a new sandbox activated. Okay, this is basically a trial subscription provided by Microsoft for learning few things. So everybody got this?
I got this page.
So actually, when I'm checking my balance, it's telling that 8 USD is remaining, but still I'm not able to do the
Same, sir. Same.
Just leave that. You can use this sandbox.
Okay.
Right, so everyone got this page?
Yes, sir.
Now just go to portal.azure.com. You'll still land up on the same dashboard which you were landing on earlier, your original subscription, right? To switch to the sandbox, you have to do something. Click on your user here on the top right corner and click on switch directory. Here you make sure you have selected all directories. And once you select all directories, there will be one directory titled as Microsoft Learn Sandbox visible there. Click on the switch button placed in front of it, and you will be switched to your new sandbox subscription, which will be a temporary subscription for next 4 hours. Your user ID now must be showing user ID followed by Microsoft Learn Sandbox below it. Please confirm.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now here you say create resource, go to integration and select logic app. Your subscription name will be concierge subscription now. That's the only option you have. And the resource group you cannot create new. This is a sandbox subscription, so it's restricted. Just select whatever the resource group name is visible here, learn - some code. Select that resource group itself.
Sir, can I share my screen once? Like,
Yes.
if you could, yeah, check like if I have deleted everything properly. Like this is, you can see my screen.
Yes, I can.
So I just wanted to check. I'm not sure if all my resources are deleted properly. Like
Just
if
go
any
to
missed
resource
out.
groups. Urmila, just go to resource groups.
Okay.
And go to your main resource group.
This one. Okay.
You can delete that Cosmos DB account.
Mhm. Okay.
3 dots. There you have delete option.
Yeah.
In the toolbar, extreme right. Not delete resource group. In that line itself, you have 3 dots at the end, right?
This one, it's not, it's showing open in mobile, edit tags, and pin to dashboard.
No, not that. In the toolbar, I'm saying, Urmila. Where you have delete resource group, refresh, export to CSV. There is move option. After that, there is 3 dots.
Okay. Yeah.
Delete. Okay, go
Okay.
one level back.
It failed.
Again, click on resource group on top left corner.
One level
What it
back.
said, it failed, I guess.
It failed. Yeah, it failed.
What was the reason it showed? No, it's doing it. It's still doing it.
But this was 3 minutes ago. This was a few seconds ago, which failed.
Okay, we'll check it. Can you select the first resource
Okay.
group there, default resource group EUS?
Yeah.
Click delete resource group. Type the resource group name.
This
You
whole
can
thing.
copy it also. Not this, the one you have in the title bar. See on the left hand
Acha,
side,
this
middle
one. This
section,
one.
default
This
resource group EUS. Copy and paste it. Delete.
How will I know? Acha.
It will be deleted. Repeat the same thing for resource group SEA.
Oh, SEM. Okay.
Now go inside that. Copy the name first.
Copy the name.
Delete resource group. Paste the name. Delete. Repeat for the next resource group.
Okay. This one also? Like this is the one where I work.
Yeah, go inside this and get this deleted.
Even this? All of
No,
it?
this you are using, right?
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So actually now my subscription is working. Like in below the name, we should have default directory. I was having something of Providence name. So when I
Mm-hmm.
switched default directory, now my subscription is working.
Mm-hmm. So your login was not correct, that means, Bhavya.
Yeah, but I had logged in from the same account. I don't know how the switch happened. So others,
Always make sure you are in the correct account by looking at this top right corner. Like in Urmila's case, it's showing urmila.singh1703 at Outlook, right?
no, I'm talking about the default directory written below that.
Mm-hmm.
Mine it was from something with the name Providence. So when I switched to the default directory, now it's working.
So maybe
Yeah,
when
you
we were
that
doing
means
yesterday
yesterday when we created the
yes, sir.
active directory, you didn't delete that active directory.
Okay, yeah.
So this has happened with me too, but I got to know yesterday only, so I switched to the
Correct,
default one.
correct. So you guys have missed the step for deleting that active directory tenant that we created as the part of the demo.
Sir, how, like, how to check that? Like, active
Wait,
directory
wait.
if I've done.
Let this deletion complete, Urmila. I'll show you
Okay.
that also. Click on refresh button.
Yeah. And this is happening.
Network watcher takes some time.
It's we can. Yeah, done.
Go inside Providence RG. It's still showing, still deleting something.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'll just cancel it. It's not working anyway, so now I should delete it.
Yes.
Yeah, it failed.
Can you click on that link?
This one?
EPTP7, yes. Let's see the reason why it is failing. Click delete account from here.
Could not be completed.
Okay, leave it for now. I guess it is still
Yeah.
in the deleting status. If you see in the mid of the screen, it is showing status is deleting. So there is some backend process which is still working. Let's wait for some time. It will
Fine.
get deleted. Okay. For yesterday's thing, just click on your user ID.
This one.
Top right corner. Yes. Switch directory. See, there are two directories there.
So I got to delete it.
Right. So this prov.rg we are supposed to delete, correct?
Yeah.
Click on switch here. Other people who have not deleted, please do the same thing. And then from the hamburger menu, select Azure Active Directory so that you get to the Active Directory dashboard. Okay?
Yeah.
Click on Manage Tenants. Select prov.rg and click on Delete. All green tick marks, just it is asking for getting the permissions, right? So just scroll down, select yes, click save. Scroll down again, show me the status is changed. Yes. Now you just click on that delete tenant for prov.rg again and click on refresh. Once all green tick marks are there, delete button will be active. Click on delete.
Okay. So how do I?
Yeah, let it finish. And once it is
Experiencing
done,
authentication issues. Okay. When it's done.
is it deleted? Did you get the message?
Authenticate successfully deleted tenant.
That's fine. Now just switch again. Click on the user ID and click switch. So see here you don't have. Okay, go to all directories. No, on right hand side you have favorites and all directories. Middle section. Favorites.
Of the directory name.
Okay, all directories.
Yeah, just refresh this page. Only one is there, right? Now click on default directory switch.
So this one,
that will automatically go away. Just switch.
Okay, switch.
Yeah, it's showing only the current one now.
Yep. Okay, cool.
Now close this.
This, okay, just share, see resource groups. So should I just delete it once?
Try getting inside that. I believe it is taking time to delete or
Fine,
complete the previous
anything.
command.
Okay. Okay.
Try after some time.
Sure. All right.
So,
Because it is just an account, it is not built. So even if it is there, it will not create any issue.
All right. Okay. I thought that was taking up like the account was taking up my credits.
No, it
Okay.
won't.
Okay.
Until and unless you don't have a database,
Mm-hmm.
uh, it won't take up any credits.
Fine. Okay.
Okay, so I believe everyone is on the same page. For
Yes, sir.
those for whom the credits have vanished, I gave you the another solution here, right? So we are on this screen. Let's select consumption plan, give the logic app name. What I was trying to give was this OI dash proof dash handle emails. Location Southeast Asia. Log analytics no. Next. Created by and created for next and create. The deployment should not take much time, right? Within 30 to 40 seconds, the deployment must be completed and you must get this screen. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Click on go to resource. Usually shouldn't take this much of time, but again, no choice. We have to wait. Looks like there must be some JavaScript issue. Let me refresh this. Yeah, refresh did the trick. So I believe it must be the same thing for you guys also. Must be getting the designer like this. Yes.
Yes. Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Now here we have got some kind of trigger configuration, like what are the common requirements are there for that. They have created some 7-8 triggers from where we can start it. Okay. Just like functions, the logic apps are also going to require some sort of trigger which decides when this logic app will start, on what basis it will start. Okay, and then you have that logic app body which represents your workflow. Workflow is nothing but the chain of events that you are going to, or chain of actions which you are going to execute one after the other. It may have some branching, I mean some conditional stuff. It may have some iteration, that is looping stuff also into it, depending on the requirement. Okay. Then there are some templates also provided for very common scenarios that are required in the business domain. But then if we are looking to build something which is entirely customized, not a regular requirement in the business domain, you can always start with blank logic app. So can you locate this style titled as blank logic app under templates?
So it's still loading the deployment.
Just click on refresh button, it will load it immediately. So I guess for you also it is the same issue. Maybe some JavaScript got stuck. So when I refreshed, it just worked for me.
Yeah, I refreshed then too, but it didn't work right now. It did. Thank you, sir.
Just locate this blank logic app template and click on this. So once you click on blank logic app, this is what you should land up in. This is something what we call as logic app designer. Do you get it?
Yes.
Everyone on the screen? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Now, what to do? Because there is nothing visible. No worries. Here you have some options. Right. Here I'm first of all required to put an activity that represents the triggering action for my logic app. Now, for that, we have to get back to our requirement, which is there on the whiteboard. What we wanted to monitor this email ID, correct? Whenever a mail is received by this email ID, we want to do something. So that becomes a triggering action. Yes or no?
Yes.
It's a hotmail.com account, right? For me, if it is Gmail, you will be searching for Gmail. If it is Hotmail or Outlook, you will be searching for an activity for Outlook. Just type Outlook there. Now, when you type Outlook, for mails, there are two options presented: Outlook 365 or Outlook.com. You will be using Outlook.com for this email ID, which is ending up with Hotmail.com or Live.com or Outlook.com. Office 365 is used usually for official email IDs. Understood? So here select Outlook.com. Let me repeat, what I search for is Outlook. And then here you have to click on Outlook.com. Then you get this list. There are two sections in this: triggers and actions. Few triggers and so many actions. The thing is, whenever you are adding something as the first activity into the logic app, it has to be always based on a trigger. You cannot put anything as an action right on the top of the workflow, because then your workflow will never be triggered. It will never be used, which is useless. Understood?
Yeah.
What should we select from this list?
New email arrives.
When a new email arrives, the first option itself, let's select that. It's more self-intuitive, isn't it? It's more of design, but the design which represents some logic behind scenes. That's when new email arrives is something matches with my requirement. That's what I want, no? When a new email arrives in this account. So when a new email arrives, I have already selected, but which account? That's what it is asking for next. Don't you think I need to tell the system that this is the email ID where I want to check if the new email is arrived?
Yeah.
Click on sign in. Now, if your currently logged in user is the email ID which you are actually monitoring, most likely it will not take you through the signing process completely. It will just sign in into the same account. Will probably take a confirmation. See, it shows me the list. I just select yes, this is the account. And it automatically signs in because practically the user is already logged in, no?
So the account that we are using for
Yes.
this thing, that account, the email for that account is with no one. So how do we change the account in order to monitor some other account, let's say?
See, that account must have some presence on some mail server, right? It may not have a mailbox as such, but that account must exist, correct? There must be some credentials for it. Something what we call as catch-all account. So using those credentials, you will be logging in here. Understood?
Yeah, okay.
And then this workflow will decide to whom actually that email will be forwarded to. That's what we are going to see. So suppose this Saket Karnik at hotmail.com is the account which is with no one. It is like info@xyz.com, correct? But if it is an account, account has to have some presence. Then only it can receive the email, no? It may be a virtual account, but it's an account. So there is a presence. There is credential for that also. Understood?
Yeah.
It has to be registered on domain. Now in which folder I want the mail to be tracked, that I select here. It depends on what folders my account has got, right? So let's say it is inbox only, I didn't change anything. What is the importance? Any, high, low, normal. This is priority we set for the emails. I'm saying it can be any. And then if I'm looking for the emails which are coming in with the attachment, that only I want to scan, then I can say yes. If I say no, it will scan each and every email whether it has got the attachment or no attachment. Understood? Understood? And if you are interested in processing those attachment, include attachment need to be set to yes. Otherwise, those attachment will be discarded. Only the message will be taken forward from this activity. Do you get that? Yes. If you want other parameters to be added, you can add. Like, what is the to value? What is the CC value? What is to or CC value? From whom the message is sent? The subject filter, if you're looking to filter based on the subject, whether this email should go forward or not. Right? So right now I'm not looking for that. This is the configuration I want. Click on save. Now what next? Email has arrived in the inbox with any importance. What next? Look at this. What we want? It should be scanning the subject in the next step. If the subject contains job ID, it should be forwarded to this. If it contains order, it should be forwarded to this. If it contains support, it should be forwarded to this. This is what we decided, right? Yes or no?
Yes.
Now click on new step here. What we want? We want to check the subject. Yes or no? Check the subject. That means I need a condition. Am I right? Type condition in the search box. Here there is an icon for control which comes up. Select control. Control, why control? Because conditions in programming languages, loops in programming languages are represented as control structures. So that is the same terminology which Logic App has retained. If statement, the condition is basically a control structure. So select control and there it shows you the options. Condition, for each, scope, switch, terminate, until. Which one is matching with our requirement? Out of this 6, which one is matching with our requirement?
Condition.
Select condition. So it automatically shows you the if statement, right? If condition, this is true branch, this is false branch. So first I need to put the condition itself. Yes or no? Which value? Click and choose a value. It automatically shows all the fields which are provided as output by the previous activity, previous set of activities. Which field out of this we want to scan? item, attachments item, from, to, subject, body, CC, BCC, reply to, body preview, message ID, internet message ID, blah, 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 blah. So many things are there. Which one we are interested in? We are interested in subject. Select subject. Are we looking to check the subject to be equal to a specific value or something else? We are looking for subject contains. So select contains here. The first one I'll check for is if it contains job ID. This is just like if statement, right? Within parenthesis we say subject like or subject dot contains job ID. Yes.
Yes.
Now if true, what we want? Add an action here. What I want? If subject contains job ID, I want to forward this email to this email ID, saket@optimisticinfo.com, correct? So what I want? Send mail. And for sending email, I'll use the current email ID itself. So let's select outlook.com here. And from this list, now you can select send email. Send an email. To whom I want to send an email? This is the ultimate receiver. Subject. I can bind the original subject here. So click into subject. This dynamic box automatically pops up. Select subject here. Body. Body of the message should be what? The body which has been originally sent. So here I simply click on see more against when a new email arrives. And here there must be body. Select body. All dynamic content I have added. Click save. Is it mandatory to code for or to configure the false branch? It's not. If the condition is false, the workflow will just finish. It won't do anything. But in our case, we require it because our case says if it is not job ID in subject, then check for order and support, right?
Yes.
So here I say in false, add an action. If it is not subject, then what? Add an action. Again, I need to check if it contains order into it. So I say control, condition. The false branch also has got if condition into it. What is the condition? Subject contains order. If yes, add an action. Now it is easy. Outlook.com. What I want? Send an email. To whom? In this case, I want to send it to saketkarnik@gmail.com. So I put that ID, saketkarnik@gmail.com. Subject.
Sir, can we use
Yes.
Mohammed's email as because I don't have more emails. I only have one email which I use in the true function there.
You can use Providence email, no problem. And if you have any other private email of yours, you can use that also.
Okay.
Body, I'll say see more and bind to body. It is exactly same thing I'm doing. And now one more false condition we have, right? Here I say add action. Again it will be control. Condition. What is the condition? Again I say subject contains what? The third was support. If yes, add an action. Outlook.com. What I want there, send an email. To whom? In this case, it is my Yahoo ID. Subject, subject. Body, see more, body. And what should be the false condition? I should say, sorry, email should go back to the original sender saying that this email cannot be processed. So here I say add an action. Outlook.com directly in false this time. And here also I go and select send an email. To whom? Whoever has sent me the email. So I can say to is mapped to from. Subject, whatever subject he sent, but there is a prefix to that. I'll say reply. Then his original subject and body. I'll say his own body goes back first, followed by sorry, this request is invalid and cannot be processed by us. Some formatting, I'll say this is red in color. I make it bold as well, and maybe the font size also I increase and save. So do you understand the whole design? It's a whole program, right? If we try to create this program with code, it won't be this easy. Yes or no? We just defined everything visually. For all the actual actions like send email, do this, do that, if this, that, everything, there is some code which has been pre-created for us and made available to us out of the box, just like if it is a tool. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
That makes the whole thing easier. Now, how do I check this working? I just close the designer after saving. And to trigger this, I need to actually send an email to this guy, hotmail.com, right? So let me go to one of the email. Which one should I use? Because all the three that I have already used here.
Sir, could you just repeat what is the third condition? Subject contains the third term. I missed it. It's in the whiteboard actually. You can just pull it out. Okay, thank you.
I believe you just wanted the keyword, right?
Yeah.
So if we have to change something in the logic design, we have to go to open designer, right?
Correct. Logic App Designer, you can click here directly, or else Open Designer is there. You can click on Edit here as well under Overview. Okay, let me send an email. From my mobile phone, I'm sending. I have a different email ID configured there.
So we have to send a mail from all the other than the three mails that we have used, right?
Yes, even if you send from one of them, that's okay.
Hmm.
Just to simulate the real-time stuff, I'm actually sending from a different email ID.
So we cannot use the Outlook mail as well, which we have used for the Azure.
Except the Outlook one, you can send from any other email ID.
Okay.
So first mail I'm sending for something which contains the subject with job ID into it. And here goes the mail. Where do I track this? So here, while I am on the dashboard for Logic app, on overview tab itself, you can see run history. Can you see this run history?
Yes.
I click on this. It may take a while to process it because sometimes, from different mail servers to different mail servers, it takes a while to get that email delivered. So until and unless the email is not delivered in the mailbox, it won't trigger the Logic app as well. So patiently you click on refresh. Once the mail is received, you will get this working. We can check that in our mailbox also. I just go to hotmail.com, in fact outlook.com, to verify if the email is received or not. So it doesn't seem to be received yet. Oh, it went into junk. Probably that's why it didn't trigger. So maybe I try to move this to inbox. Mark not as junk. Let's see if it arrives in inbox. Yes, it did. And let me see if it is enough to trigger. Yes, see, the moment it arrived in the inbox, I see my Logic app has succeeded, correct? I click on this succeeded option and I do see the designer type stuff once again, which is not actually designer, it is just the execution. Tick, email received. Condition, tick. The condition got evaluated to true. The first condition was to check if subject ID contains job ID or not. right? And because it contains, okay, let me see raw inputs. Okay, only this much is there. Here, if I see subject must be visible. This is body, and body has got subject. So here I see there is job ID present into it. That's why the condition got evaluated to true, which went to this branch. This branch got completely ignored. Send an email to saket@optimisticinfo.com. This is the subject and this is the mail body, and which means my saket@optimisticinfo.com, my official email ID must have received this mail. It has. You can try for all other combinations like this. Every time the trigger executes, you will find an entry here in run history. Maybe one of you can try sending me a mail with the subject containing order as the word into it. And another person can try sending me a mail with support as one of the word into it. So just decide among yourself who is sending me the mail with order into the subject. My mail ID is saketkarnik@hotmail.com. This one. Who is sending?
Order, maybe I'll send.
Who was that?
So Samriddhi.
Samriddhi. Okay, so Samriddhi is sending the mail with order as one word into the subject. And what about the support? I need one more volunteer. Urmila, can you do that one?
Yes, okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
put anything, just make sure the subject contains the word order into it with O capital. And similarly, Samriddhi, sorry, Urmila, support for you, right? So S capital. And Samriddhi, you can make O of order capital.
So it's saketkarnik@hotmail.com, right?
Correct. This is the ID. Top right corner, it's displaying it.
So before doing that, I'll have to run the trigger, right? Again.
No, no. Run the trigger feature is only basically for testing the workflow by forcing it to run the trigger. You don't
So,
need to run the trigger. Trigger automatically gets executed whenever the triggering action is done.
acha. So I made the whole overflow and now I just have to send a mail.
Correct.
Okay. Saket. Where is your email ID? Saket.
Here it is, saketkarnik@hotmail.com.
Karnik.
SAKET
Just about. So we can't send from the Outlook account because we are using the trigger here, right? Using the Logic app here, right?
No, when you are sending it to me, you can send it from any account of your choice. You can send it from Providence also, you can send it from Outlook or whichever account you want.
Okay, sir.
My subject should have the word subject.
Support.
Support.
With S capital.
Support.
So even if you put only one word support, that is also okay.
Yeah, I sent a mail.
But just to confirm, I have to send it to my ID so that it can come to you now.
You have to send it to me from your ID.
Okay.
In two, I should be included.
Okay.
See here, I have received. Just like you are sending a mail to me, Samriddhi. So Urmila, I received your mail, right? This is what you
Yeah.
have sent.
Yes.
And here we just say refresh. There must be one more entry now.
Mm-hmm.
I do see at 11:29 a.m. This must be the one triggered by you. I click on this and see what flow it has followed. This time it didn't go to true. It rather go to false, correct? Because the condition evaluated to false for job ID. Then it goes to condition 2. When I expand that, there I see it further checked for order, which also got evaluated to false here. And then it went ahead and checked the third condition for support, which got evaluated to true. Hence, here this send email has worked. So this is the email ID which must have received the mail. Maybe I can go to mail.yahoo.com. I hope I am already logged in. No. Okay, so this is also multi-factor.
Please check I sent you a mail.
Yes. Once this one is done, I sign in and see here. This is the mail you sent, right? Urmila?
Yes, yes.
And here we can see why it's not showing the subject. Did I miss the subject there? Okay, anyways, the mail is received, right? Then, so Samriddhi, your mail is also here and your mail contains order into the subject, correct? I
Yes,
go
sir.
back here, I cancel this and here I cancel this also. This is the list. I just refresh. There must be a third entry now, right at 11:30, which seems to be your Samriddhi. Select this and see the flow. Till here it's okay. This is false. So the true condition got ignored. It goes to this branch, same as Urmila. But here the condition gets evaluated to true. Instead of going to false, it has gone to true. And here it sent the mail to my Gmail ID. So let's see Gmail. Here it is. Okay. So this is your mail, Samriddhi, correct?
Yes, sir.
So I hope everyone has understood. There is one more condition which is supposed to be checked. So one of you once again send a mail with no job ID or order or support into the subject. Just send a general email, maybe a forward. So who is doing that? Tushar, can you do that for me?
I'm sorry, sir, I was speaking on mute. I have sent the mail.
Already sent with none of the condition being matched, right?
Yes.
Okay, let me check. Okay, your mail went to the junk. I'll just move it. Actually, there are some keywords in the subject which are automatically considered as junk by the algorithms, right?
Yeah.
So here it moves to inbox and let's see, the trigger must have run. So there is the fourth entry. And if I go here,
Yeah, I received the mail.
already received, right? So maybe Tushar, you can share your screen this time.
I have to join from my laptop. I'll join it.
Yeah, take your time. Till that, I will just explain the flow. See, the first condition got false. The second condition also got false. And hence it goes to this false. And here it evaluates condition 3, which is also false. And here for the third condition false, we are sending the mail back to the original sender. Right? So the mail has went back to Tushar. And he just confirmed that. Right? So Tushar will share a screen showing the mail received. There it is. This is what we configured, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I hope everyone understood the concept of logic app. There are lots of predefined activities which are actually targeting many business requirements which have been identified by Microsoft and which have been reported to Microsoft by their clients and their users, right? And this list is ever growing. And beside that, they have made this platform customizable. Means if you find your business requirement not being fulfilled by the out of the box provided activities, you can actually create custom connectors over there with the help of which the custom activities can be brought in. And then you can have this logic app used within any situation. Don't you think this makes a sense? If I rehost a designer for this and give it back to the end users, there is actually a ready-made tool by Microsoft, something called as Power Apps, with the help of which I can rehost this workflow and give it in the hands of my users. They can basically change the design, right? The sequence they can change, they can adjust, and they can change the inputs or text, whatever is required in between, and the workflow will just change its course. The client always need not come back to me for any simple change. Don't you think this is interesting? Yes or no? Yes or no? Tell me quickly. The log of each and every execution is already being maintained in run history. Your trigger history is also there. At what times the trigger actually got fired and got completed. Every single activity being recorded. Metrics are there, which will basically show you how many billable executions were there, exactly how much you are going to pay. You can get the estimation from here. Got my point? So very powerful and interesting feature it is.
Show something from your screen.
Sorry?
Are you trying to show something from your screen, sir? Because you are not sharing.
Oh yeah, I got the error actually. My old laptop is creating some problems actually. Is it visible now?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we do have run history. We have anyways seen that. Okay. So this is what the logic app at this level is. Just explore this further with the official documentation for logic apps, and you will find many more scenarios like this. This was just one scenario I tried explaining, and only one type of activity I explained, Outlook, along with that control activity which used if, right? But you can explore this further. So time for the break. We'll resume at 12 p.m. exactly, and the next thing that we will be talking about is the message based solutions, and there we are going to talk about Azure Service Bus. Is that clear?
Yes, and meanwhile, do we delete this trigger that we made?
Sorry?
Do we delete what we made
Yes,
just
you
now?
can. In fact, with this subscription, if you are using this Microsoft Learn Sandbox, if you don't delete anything, that's okay. You are not being charged at all.
Okay.
Right? If you are using the Azure Pass, then you should delete it. So in that case, how will you delete that? Simply you have to go to resource groups, Providence RG or whatever applicable, and just select the Logic app, and you use Outlook into it. So Outlook connector must be there. Related things you select and delete. If you are using the sandbox, don't delete this Cloud Shell storage account, except that whatever is there you can delete. But again, as I said, for Learn Sandbox, even if you don't delete anything, that's fine. Okay, so we'll meet back at 12.
So today we'll be finishing off like this Azure thing,
Yes,
like
so
the
today
whole
we'll
thing.
extend the session a bit, probably 6:30 will end up, and that will be it.
Okay.
I actually requested Prabjot to provide us some 2-3 hours for, I mean, tomorrow first half, but
Hmm.
I don't
Like,
think the approval has come.
yeah, means we have like from tomorrow other training is starting. Like it's all
Okay,
planned
maybe because of
something.
that. Maybe because
Hmm.
of
Okay, all right. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Shall we proceed?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now let's talk about the service bus features. So let me give you a scenario. There is a web application which is taking some input. Consider this application as Amazon.in or Flipkart, where user is interacting with the application as giving and giving input at rapid pace. There are multiple users basically, which says that there are so many inputs that are coming. This web application is actually an app service on cloud, which is capturing everything from the user, right? Now, do you think the app service would actually be capable of processing all the requests at the real time pace? Considering that this is not the only application, there are backend applications which are running either on premises or within cloud, which are then going to read the data which app service is storing somewhere, temporary storage. Maybe this is reading, maybe this one is reading, and then processing it further. So in such cases, do you think that when user submits the data, these applications will immediately be able to read? They may or may not. It's very rare that they may be able to read immediately, because they might be already busy in some other request being processed, or because of the time zones difference, probably they may not be just active. What would happen to the data which is being sent by the user? Is it get lost? You make a purchase for some item which is being delivered by some international supplier and not in the Indian time zone, not active that moment. So is it like that your order gets cancelled, or your order doesn't go through, or just discarded, or Amazon just accepts the order? Maybe you get the update about that order some 12 13 hours later. Tell me. Similarly, there is a requirement where the user is sending an email. Where does that email lies until and unless the user doesn't retrieve it into the email client, like Outlook? Where this email is stored. Here also we are looking for some temporary storage. Here also we are looking for some temporary storage. Yes or no? Yes or no? And do you think that whatever the data is stored in this temporary storage here or here, in either case, can be processed in random order, or it is supposed to be processed in sequence, same sequence as it was received. What do you think?
Same sequence as it is.
So how this is supposed to be done? There are two different applications. One is this, one is either this or this. In this case also, user is sending an email and email client is ultimately receiving the email. So there are two applications in either case, at least two, right? This is a situation where we need to follow something called as brokered architecture. Why brokered architecture? It is because here there is no connection between this app and this app, the two apps that are participating. They are not communicating with each other. They are just sharing some data with each other. And when one is working, the other one might be not active or not working at all. It may not have even started. So they don't know each other. So that's where the brokered architecture comes in. There is no connection, so it is broken connection. And then the term broker also makes an entry. This is a mediator which is making them share the data with each other, right? The temporary storage. So that can be compared with the real life term called as broker. There also the brokered architecture term gets justified. Do you get it? Do you get it?
Yes, sir.
Now, Azure comes up with a support for this kind of temporary storage to provide brokered architecture with their product called as Azure Service Bus. This Azure Service Bus ideally comes up with three offerings, one of which is now pretty outdated one, but still I'll list it down. The first one is queue. Second one is topics and subscriptions. And the third one, which is now almost outdated, is relay service. Queue provides me typical first in first out behavior, which is what we expect. It can hold messages within it in a sequenced manner. Which will be processed in the same sequence. This is input and this is output. App 1 sends the data to the queue. App 2 pulls the data from the queue and processes it. And once it is done with the complete processing, it gives the confirmation so that that message gets removed from the queue and all messages are pushed forward. Understood? Understood?
Yes, sir.
What is topics and subscriptions? It is quite similar to this only. Here also there is app1 which sends the data to a queue. Okay, but this data can be distributed to multiple subqueues represented by subscriptions. These subqueues or virtual queues are called as subscriptions. All of this data can be presented in all the subscriptions, or maybe the filtered data can be presented. Let's say two messages go here. The same two messages go in this queue as well, along with the third message also appearing here. Or maybe the other two. These two are going here like this. And this queue is holding all the three. Right? This is something like multicast, correct? Depending on the requirement, each application on the other side will be processing this. So here there may be app 2, this may be app 3, this may be app 4. So on the receiving side, there are more than one applications. That's what I mean. Just like if we talk about Tata Sky, the dish connection. Tata Sky is just sending the streams to the satellite continuously for all the channels they deal with. Now, it is up to the set-top box at your end with which kind of subscription it has got, which channels it has subscribed to. It will receive only that particular channel or series of channels, right? The channels which are not subscribed, it won't receive the signal for them. There may be a subscription which receives all the channels, 100% or complete subscription. Maybe there which receives all the channels. Do you get it? This is something where I say the main queue is actually topic, and these virtual queues are called as subscriptions. Here also there can be more than one apps, but the thing is one message will be processed by only one app. If app 3 has got hold of this message, app 2 will not be able to process it again until and unless app 3 says, no, I cannot process it further, I am putting it back into the queue. Then app 2 gets the opportunity. But at any point in time, if one app has claimed the message, the other app will not be able to read it or process it. Understood? Understood?
Yes, sir.
In this case, what I am saying is each message gets copied into each of the virtual queue if there is no filter. If there is a filter, in that case, the message based on the filter criteria gets copied into the relevant queue and appears there. And each app will have individual copy of that message. So if app 3 has got hold of one message, it doesn't mean app 2 or app 4 cannot process it. They can. If their filter criteria says, okay, I need this message, they will also be able to process the message. And that too, even if it is getting processed simultaneously, there is no problem with that either. Is it clear?
Yeah.
So that is topics and subscription. Now what is relay? Relay is a special kind of queue where you have some on-premises infrastructure. There is a server here which represents a database thing, right? And there is some cloud application, and then this application wants to communicate with this on-premises database. So for that reason, what you do is here you create the app service, basically a different service application, which will be connected to the database. And this will have a queue configured here where this app will put its requirement. Okay, I'm sending the data or I need data. Now, this app will be subscribing to the queue, will read what this app wants, and will perform the actions here. This app will never be granted access to the database directly for the security reasons. There is no firewall port that needs to be opened. Only on port number HTTP, the on-premises app will be able to communicate with this queue. So outside access is not a problem. I mean, internal applications accessing outside stuff is not a problem. Giving access to the internal resources from outside is a problem. So no inbound access we are going to provide here. This is where the relay service used to be implemented. But this scenario now has been replaced. I mean, scenario is still there, requirement is still there, but the relay service is no more used because relay was entirely depending on one old Microsoft .NET technology called as Windows Communication Foundation, which itself has kind of retired, I would say, about to retire it is. We have got a replacement for this called as Application Gateway, which already takes care of such kind of scenarios in much more better and easier manner. This can be integrated even with Logic App also. That makes it further easy. Do you get it? So let's not consider this. Topics and subscription. Also, right now we will not look into. If time permits in the evening, we will look into topics and subscriptions. Otherwise, I'll just share some resources for the same. If you understand the service bus queues, topics and subscriptions understanding will not be taking much time. So the demo that we are going to see is going to be based on this. Okay. So shall we see the demo?
Yes, sir.
For this, the first thing you will require is the service bus namespace to be created, which is like creating an account which can be built. Okay. So I will use this sandbox subscription itself. Let's see if it supports service bus. I say create resource. Service bus is an integration technology. So you go to integration category where you found Logic App. And there you have the third option as service bus. If not visible, you can always search for service bus in the search box. And then say create. So what it says, see the title here. What it says, what is it? What we are trying to do?
Namespace.
We are looking to create a service bus namespace. Understood? Understood?
Yes, sir.
Put the subscription name in place, resource group in place, and then the namespace name, which has to be globally unique. This is again created as an endpoint, as a subdomain inside servicebus.windows.net. So let's say I name this as or-prov-demo sbns. Let's see if it is available. Fortunately, yes, it is available. Okay. Next is location. I'll go for Southeast Asia. Pricing tier. There are three only available here: basic, standard, and premium. From this, I can just see the differences in terms of number of operations allowed per month and the price. If I want detailed information about this, just click on this, browse the available plans and their features. It shows you graphically what is exactly the difference. With basic, I see it is shared capacity, so not committed to me. One message can be of maximum 256 KB in size. Only queues are supported, topics and subscriptions not supported. The pricing is variable. That means as per the usage, the pricing will be calculated. Few things similar here as well. This is also presenting shared capacity. Maximum message size is again 256 KB only. Does support queues. In addition, supports topics and subscription also. Though not mentioned here, this tier supports relay service as well, which basic doesn't. Messaging operations have a cap of 12.5 million operations per month. Here we have a cap of 1 million operations. It cannot move beyond 1 million messages. Here, if I have consumed 12.5 million operations already, I can actually demand for more messages at an additional cost. And that's why the pricing difference here. Variable pricing again, that means as per the actual usage, the pricing will be calculated. Premium, on the other hand, goes with dedicated capacity, means there will be a reservation for me for storing the data. Hence, the maximum message size has increased 4 times. One message can be of 1 MB. Queues, topics both supported, relay also supported. There is no charge separately for the messaging operations. Fixed pricing means whether you send one message or 1 million message or 1 trillion message or quadrillion message, you will be paying $668 for every month. It does support zonal redundancy, means there can be the high availability option configured. Zone redundancy means across the 3 zones, if zones are supported by your data center, there will be the replicas of your queues or service bus namespace. Understood? That's why it is charged 668. It's unlimited kind of plan, right? So for now, if you are looking to try out topics and subscription at a later stage, start with standard. If you are going to end up with only queues, you can select basic. In our case, right now we'll select basic only, as we are going to have the demo only on queues. Say next. Connectivity method, whether it is public or private to a specific virtual network. So I'll say public. This private access is available only in case if you have the premium namespace configured. Next, provide the tags. Next, and once the validation is completed, click on create.
So we are going on with the basic plan, right?
Yes. It should create in some time. It's completed, right? Let's say go to resource. It shows some messages, related information like how many incoming requests are there, how many successful requests, how many errors at the server level, at the user level. Throttle request means if your service bus is full and still the messages are coming in, those will be rejected. So those are throttle requests. So you get all metrics over here. Now, just like storage account and Cosmos DB here, we need some access to this service bus in order to connect to it and read and write messages from it. So for that, on the left hand side under settings, you can find shared access policy. There you have root manage shared access key, which has got the claims of manage, that means admin, send and listen also. That means the same key can be used for sending and receiving the messages. If you want, you can create the policies of your own where you can say, okay, this policy will provide only the support for sending messages or only listening messages, so that you have complete control on what user can actually do. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so for our example, we'll be using this policy itself, which allows both send and receive. I click on the policy. Here it shows the keys and the connection strings. We already have discussed when to use keys, when to use connection strings. In our cases, we have been using connection strings so far, and so is the case here as well. We'll be using a connection string only. Let's copy the connection string, one of the connection string, to Windows Notepad, and then open Visual Studio. If it is already open, you can say file new project. If it is not open, just open it. You will be landing on this screen only, right? In either case. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just give me a minute. Machine has popped up with an error. I might get disconnected for a while. Just don't worry. I'll be back in case if it is disconnected. Just one moment. Let me see what the error is. Okay, so resolved. Thankfully, no disconnection was there. Here, let's start with create a new project. Use the search box on the top here and search for blank solution. This is what I'm looking for, blank solution. What it says, creates an empty solution containing no projects into it. Everybody got this?
Yeah.
Select blank solution and click next. Name the solution as AZ_demo service bus queues.
Sir, in C# Windows Web, na?
Actually, it doesn't matter what you have selected in those three drop downs because we are just creating a blank solution. So when you use the search box, it searches across all the available templates.
Okay.
Understood?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I directly put blank solution, blank space solution in the search box. It does provide me blank solution here. See the icon here. It must be the Visual Studio icon. Okay. Next, provide the name, then set the location right and say create. See, it didn't ask for the framework version or anything. Yes or no? Whether it is a .NET framework based implementation or .NET core based implementation, it didn't ask anything. Reason, we have not created a project, we have just created a solution, and this is how it will look like. Just solution is there, there is no project associated. There are no code files, correct?
Yes, sir.
Right click on the solution here in Solution Explorer and select Add. Under Add, select New Project. So you are back on the same screen, Add New Project. Yes?
Yes.
Here now select C#, Windows, in fact all platforms I'll say. C#, all platforms, and then select Desktop or Console better. We'll be creating a simple console application only. So once selected, here you will find console application, the cross-platform version. Yes? Yes?
Yes, I got it.
Click next. Name this app as Sender app. What this is going to do is it is going to send the messages. Don't change the location. It will automatically take it from what location you give to your solution. Click next. Target framework .NET 5. Create. Fine.
Sir, you added a new project.
Yes. Right click on solution. Select add new project.
Okay. And then you chose what?
C#
Windows
all
Web.
platforms console in the drop downs.
Okay.
Then select console app,
Then
the first one, the multi-core or multi-platform one.
okay, cool.
Name it as Sender app. Don't change the location. Then target framework will be .NET 5 and the project is created like this.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Okay, we need a namespace over here, and for that we need a package over here to be installed that will provide the client SDK to work with the service bus. So right click on dependencies or simply just go to package manager console window and say install hyphen package with the name Azure dot messaging dot service bus and enter. What was the package name? Azure dot messaging dot service bus. Done. Then go to Notepad. Copy the connection string from here. Right click on the project properties.
So just one, if you could show PM that command you wrote, install package.
It is this command, install hyphen package space azure dot messaging dot service bus.
Okay, yeah.
For installing any package, the command is same, install package. It is just the name of the package which you have to focus on. Understood?
Yeah.
So once the package is installed, just go back to Notepad, copy your connection string from there. Come back to Visual Studio, right click on your project here, go to Properties. Debug, and in Environment Variables, click on Add. Give the key as CS and replace the value with the copied connection string. Just like what we have done for storage, Cosmos DB, etc. Save and close this. Couple of import statements here. System.threading.tasks followed by Azure.messaging.servicebus. Remove this.
Sir, what does that second import statement do, sir? You had told us once, but I don't remember it correctly right now.
Just focus on the current code that I'm writing. This async task class comes from system.threading.task, right? Provides asynchronous programming support. The parallel programming we discussed during C#, right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And there we focused on task and parallel classes, right?
Yes.
Allows us to take advantage of multi-core processors or multiple processors available in your machine.
Okay, sir. Thanks.
So make the changes. Here then, before main, say private static string ps equals to environment dot get environment variable named as CS. Okay, now before going forward from here, we need to go back to portal. Here on the left hand side, you can see under entities, there is an option for queues. Can you locate?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Click on that and you have to create a queue here. So say add queue. Let's say the queue is named as demo queue. All small letters you have to use here, just like storage account. Maximum queue size, it can be either 1 GB, 2 GB, 3 GB, 4 GB or 5 GB. What does it mean? An aggregate data of this much of size can be present in the queue. That is the maximum limit of the queue, not one message. So for now, I'm not going to put too many messages. So I just say it is 1 GB. Maximum delivery count is 10. That means 10 times it will retry delivering the message before moving it to a separate queue called as dead letter. This is something like maximum number of retries. Message time to live default is 14 days. Configurable. Means after those many days, if the message is not still processed, it will be forcefully put into the dead letter queue if enabled. And then log duration of 30 seconds is default. Means once the message is claimed by one client, the message will be invisible for 30 seconds for others. Within 30 seconds, that message either has to be processed by the client or has to be released by the client. If it is not released by the client, it will be assumed to be released. If you want the dead lettering to be enabled, you can enable that. Means if the message is not processed after 10 retries or after 14 days, then it will be moving to a secondary queue. Something like put this aside, we will see it later. But then you will require a separate program which will read from the dead letter queues and will correct whatever the shortcomings in that message are, and will put that back into the main queue so that it can be processed at a later stage. But now we'll keep it disabled. And then partitioning means if your data needs to be put into separate subqueues instead of maintaining it in one main queue only. Advantage is you don't need to scan the complete queue just for retrieving the data, which uh, basically is based on some criteria like location specific data. If I'm looking to retrieve, I can create a partition on location. So the data belonging to the same location will go in one partition, means one subqueue only. Understood? For now, I'm not using because not too many messages I'm going to have. Let's create it with the default stuff. Just give the name as demo queue. Rest everything remains default. It should not take much time. The queue should be almost created immediately. And immediately it says the status is active, right?
Yes.
Now get back to Visual Studio. And let's put some code. I'm giving you the code in the chat box. Check your chat box. Copy and paste that code here before the main only. I have a string queue name which contain the name of the queue. This is the same name which we use for creating the queue, correct?
Yes, sir.
Then I create the proxy for service bus client. This is something which I'll use to connect to the service bus namespace. And then I'll use service bus sender proxy object to send the messages to the queue. And then there is a constant number of messages which I've set to 10, which means my program is going to actually generate 10 messages in one single go and send those messages as a batch to my queue. Is it clear?
Yes.
Next, we need to initialize the service bus client and the sender object. So check your chat box again. Copy and paste that code as first two lines of code in the main. We just got the service bus client initialized based on the connection string, and then we use the client object to create the sender object for the queue named as the variable queue name. So basically this name. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Then we define a message, an object of type service bus message batch. I said I want to send a batch of 10 messages to the queue. The object service bus message batch, MSG batch. This I create with the help of the sender object that provides me create message batch async. Make sure you have selected the right method, create message batch async. This is async method, so I need to await it so that there is no blocking action. And I want this object to be discarded as soon as the scope of this method is finished. So I put a using statement before this. And then I need to iterate iterate 10 times. I iterate these many number of times to create different messages. check your chat box. Paste that code over here. It's a simple iteration. For int I equals to 1, I less than equal to number of messages. If I change this to 100, it will iterate 100 times. I plus plus. Here I say message batch dot try add message. What is try add message? Why not add message? There is a method add message also. Add message, if I use, if there is a failure, will basically crash my program by throwing exception. When I say try add message, it will not crash the program as it will not throw the exception. It will just return me Boolean value false. If it is successful, it will return true. If it is not, it will return false, which I can check with a simple if condition. So that's why I'm going for try add message, which seems to be a thread safe implementation. Message batch dot try add message, new service bus message, message is message colon the number of, I mean the value of I. So message 1, message 2, message 3, like that. If it is added successfully, it will return true. If it returns, if it fails, it doesn't return successfully, then it returns false, and there the application exception is thrown. Understood? Then here I say there is try block. So type try, press tab twice. I don't want to catch the exception, but I do want some finalization to be made, where I want to say sender should be disposed because it's an async method. I am awaiting it. And then the client also should be disposed async. But within try, what do I want is sender dot send message async. There are two methods, send message and send messages. We are sending a batch, so I have to go for messages async. Send messages async. Where is the batch? MSG batch. Console.writeLine. Here I say show the interpolated string, a batch of messages has been queue. Which queue? And then here I say console.writeLine. Press any key. This application or quit this application. Understood? Start the program. And wait for some messages to come up on the console. A batch of 10 messages has been published to the queue demo queue. Press any key to end the application. I just press some key and it's quit. Where are the messages right now? Looking at the code, can you tell me where we have published them? I said sender.send. What is sender? Service bus sender. Ultimately given by client. What is client? Service bus client. Here is client. If we look at these two lines, can we say the messages must have been added to the queue named as demo queue? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Can we see that on portal? Yes, of course. Go to the portal. Here your queue is already selected. So just click on this demo queue. You see some activity there? Current size means how much data is there in the queue as of now aggregated. That is also there. There are 10 active messages I do see here. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Nothing scheduled, nothing in dead letter, no transfer entry here. I mean, transfer is like from dead letter to main queue, and transfer dead letter means from main queue to dead letter. All are active messages, none of have any problem as yet, and the client has not yet processed. For next 14 days, I need not be worrying about. Within next 14 days duration, I can create client application and run it anytime. And if the data is all well, the client application is free to process it within next 14 days anytime. Is it clear?
Yes, sir. I'm getting a MS message batch error in the code because of which it's not able to run the queue.
Same,
Is
sir.
it
I think
is it on this line?
line 32. Yeah.
Have you used the method name as send message async?
Yes, sir.
It should
So
be
we need to keep
messages.
messages.
It should be messages.
Okay.
Send message means one message. Send messages means multiple. And looking at this code, we are sending multiple messages, no?
Yeah.
So, but I'm still getting the error.
Same
So
line?
now in line 20. No. Yeah.
Can you confirm exactly what you have written there?
Yes, I'm doing that. Yeah. It's like the application is in break mode.
Stop it,
Okay.
rebuild it, and then check.
Okay.
Anytime when you edit the code, always stop the application first and then do it.
Okay. See that. No, it's still saying exception. Just I'll share my screen.
Go ahead.
This one.
Just a moment. What is the message? Put token failed 404. The messaging entity so and so could not be found. Can you go to the portal?
Oh, sorry.
What is your queue name
QQ.
and what you have put into the code? Just go to the code again. Stop the program. what value you have assigned to queue name variable. Just check. Line number
This
11.
one.
Line number 11.
Okay.
You have put demo queue. Make it queue. Not that. That is variable name. The value of the variable. This
Okay.
should be the one that you have used while creating the queue. So error was natural, right? You are looking for a queue
Right.
with a name which didn't exist.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay. Got it.
Worked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So now you
Okay.
can see the messages there.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, I hope it has worked for all. Okay, I'll take 10 to 15 minutes more and we'll finish this example so that the topic service bus is done. I hope that's not a problem.
Yes, sir. You can go ahead.
Okay, so now go to Solution Explorer, right click on Solution. Make sure the program is stopped first of all. Then right click
Your
on
screen
Solution.
is not visible.
So, but I'm still getting the error. Can I share my screen?
Please. Can you zoom this? It's not visible at all.
Okay.
Still not very clear.
You can press Control and scroll up.
Now it's visible.
Okay, what is the error it is giving? Can
Sender
you
dot.
hover on it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't change the signature of main. Remove void and put async task. Line 20.
Okay.
Small a.
Async.
Space task. See, the errors are all gone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Just run it and see the messages must be sent. Okay, so make sure your program is not running. If it is running, stop it. Then go to Solution Explorer. Right click on Solution and say Add New Project.
Yes, it's working.
In Add New Project, again, it will be C# All Platforms Console, and I'll be once again selecting console application only. Next, let's name this as Receiver App. That was Sender App, so this has to be Receiver App, no? As it will be receiving the messages and processing it further. Click Next. Target Framework .NET 5. Create. Done?
So this was again console application.NET
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Same thing what we selected earlier. Right click this receiver app here and select set as startup project. So that when I say start, it is this project which should start this time. What did I say? Right click receiver app and select set as startup project. The name of this app should become bold now. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Then go to package manager console. In default project drop down, select receiver app. and install the same package, azure.messaging.servicebus. With up arrow key, you can get it back, right?
Yes, sir.
It's installed. You still need to communicate with service bus only, no? So you need that package here as well. Yes or no? Once again, you will need the namespaces like system.reading.tasks in the program.cs for the receiver app, followed by azure.messaging.servicebus. And then don't forget to change the signature for main to make it async that returns task. And remove console.writeLine hello world from there. Done?
So I think I'm getting an error in that Azure messaging service bus. So that package manager console I have installed in receiver app. It should be installed in receiver app, or we can install it on the parent project itself.
Both projects require independent installation.
So it's got resolved. Thank you.
Yes. Sometimes error comes because in between during the installation, if your internet is not stable, so it drops the packets and it fails. So just retry. It resolves. Okay. Until and unless you are not on a leased line, these issues will always be there. You cannot avoid that. Okay. So once this is set up, just switch back to the previous program.cs file and copy the first three statements from here. Copy the first three statements in the program class from the previous program.cs and paste it here. What does it mean? Don't you think I need to set this environment variable once again in this current project also? I do.
Yes.
So copy your connection string from the notepad. Go to Solution Explorer. How do we do that?
Right click on project.
Right click on the project receiver app.
Go to properties.
Properties.
Debug.
Debug.
Add
In environment variables. Key should be CS. Value should be the copied value. Save and close. So it will resolve. Correct? And then add one more private static member here named as service bus processor, which will be responsible to process the service bus, named as processor. Done?
Yes, sir.
Now check your chat box. I have copied two methods code over there, which you have to paste just before the main. Message handler and error handler. Message handler will be called for processing the message. So what I'm doing is reading the event argument object dot message dot body dot toString. This will be coming in as JSON string actually, which I am just displaying on the console for now and marking it as completed so that it gets removed from the queue. If I don't call this, it will reappear in the queue and it will never be removed. If you have processed it successfully, it should be removed from the queue. So you have to mark it as completed with this method. And what error handler method is going to do, this will be called whenever the message receiving is failed or message processing is failed. And what we are doing, we are just reading the event argument exception dot message property and displaying it on console. And then we are saying this task is completed. Got it?
Yes, sir.
And then again check your chat box. I have put the code which you are supposed to paste inside main. Here. So what we are doing here, creating the service bus client, with the help of which then we are creating the processor object that takes in the queue name, which basically tells the processor that which is actually the queue that I need to process, with the default options for service bus processor. So just pass the default object of service bus processor options. And then the actual thing starts. This processor object comes with an event, process error async, and another event process message async. So we have bound the event handlers to them. Error handler, message handler that we have created on the top of main. Here we say display the message, wait for a minute, and then press any key to stop the processing. Here we say start the processing and wait for a keystroke. Once the keystroke is received, we display the message stopping the server. There was a spelling mistake here, just correct it. Stopping the server. And then we actually stop processing and inform the user that we have stopped receiving the messages. And this, we already discussed that in the previous program also.
So I'm getting a few errors, which like I did the exact same thing. Can I just one?
Yes. You may not have added the namespaces. Okay, show me the errors. What is the error it is showing? Let me read. It cannot implicitly convert type. Okay. Client dot create processor, you have said. Queue name, new service bus processor, options. What is the framework version you have chosen, Urmila? Was it 5? Oh yeah, you have got the error on line 12. You created the object of service bus client again. It should be service bus processor. That's why you are getting the error. All errors must have gone.
Yeah.
Okay. So I hope you understood the code, what is happening. Here we are just saying that, okay, if there is a message, go to message handler. If there is an error, go to error handler. And receiving message will start when I say start processing. Receiving messages will stop the moment I say stop processing. Here we go and say start. There comes the message. See the sequence. They are all in sequence, the same sequence in which they were sent. First in, first out, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
If I keep this running and I go back to Visual Studio and right click Sender App and select debug, start new instance. I mean the receiver app is still running and I run the sender app again. I received 10 more messages here. Because sender app when started again created the 10 new messages, right? Which receiver app, because the processor is still started, has received the new 10 messages and got processed. And it will continue processing until and unless I don't press a key here. Because it's waiting here. The moment I press the key, it proceeds and stops the processing and finishes the application. Yes?
Yeah.
Now if you go to the portal, here you will see total, I need to do a refresh. The current size becomes 0. Why? Because all the messages have been already processed and removed, correct? There is a spike twice over here because there were 10 messages sent twice. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I hope you understood how exactly the service bus works. This is just like your mailbox. When I send a mail to you, you may not be active at that moment. You may not have your email client open. Whether it is email client on your phone or it is the Outlook on your laptop. You might see it 24 hours later, but that's fine. Till that time, your message is not lost. It is held into the inbox. The inbox is nothing but some kind of a queue. The messages appear in the sequence they were sent. Yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
So, most of the email servers use the brokered architecture. In fact, all of the mail servers use the brokered architecture, and some feature similar to the service bus must be being used behind scenes. I'm not saying service bus only, but something similar to service bus at least we can say. Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Seems so.
Okay, so that is it for the service bus. And time for the lunch break. We'll resume at 2:30 p.m. And the next thing that we are going to talk about is Event Grid followed by Event Hub. Fine?
Yes.
So let's meet again at 2:30.
Sir, should we delete this
You
demo
can.
SB? Okay.
You can. And if
Sir,
you are using the sandbox, it will anyways be deleted on its own by the time we come back.
Sir, I'm getting an error if you can help.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Yes.
You didn't install the package Nitika in the receiver app.
Sir, I've
Go,
installed. I've installed twice, thrice, but it is not.
go, no, go to the console, default project, you select receiver app.
So I'm in console only.
Uh, Change the
Yes.
default project to receiver app. No, no, in the console you have the default project, right?
Yes.
Change
Okay.
this to receiver app. This is what you missed.
Okay. Okay. Got
So
it.
you installed thrice or 4 times in the sender app only.
Okay. Now it's okay.
What my point? What I was saying?
Yes. Yes. I got it.
So you installed, I'm not denying that, but in the wrong project.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, if you're there, it's again showing some error.